Good evening. Hello, hello. Nice to see the usual crowd. Yeah, it's funny. Like, when I start the stream, obviously I'm not actually starting the stream. I'm just configuring like the title and all the settings and stuff. And yet I think that's flagging people that the stream is live, even though I haven't actually created a stream yet, which is a bit weird. But still, it lets people know it's here, so that's the main thing. You are indeed Fireball. Welcome to the usual crowd. So tonight we'll be doing more work on the Magellan, and I guess we'll carry on with the VIP quarters, as that's what we started last Wednesday. Or Thursday, as it was in the end. That's interesting, AJ. I wonder if it appears the moment you click the stream button, or the moment I click edit to name the stream. I wonder at what point it actually goes live. Interesting. We'll have to experiment with it. But yes, more on the Magellan. Yeah, it was absolutely Wednesday, definitely Wednesday. It wasn't Thursday, it was definitely Wednesday. Speaking of which, why don't I close my emails and set myself to do not disturb and all those usual things that I don't do. Right, so what have I been doing? Well, where are we? That one and then that one. So I'm just about done with all the corridors. In fact, no, I am done with the corridors. The last thing I had to do was the end piece here for the bulkheads, just so the bulkheads actually have a proper panel. I couldn't decide how to do... Where are we? We need B deck. So on B deck, where we have a similar situation, in order to do the curvy bit around here, I actually made a custom panel for it that has a little bit of a flick on one side. So rather than just using the standard straight panel, we had a unique variant of it. But I've decided that that's probably a little bit wasteful. So on this one, I've done this. I've actually added the corner bit on there like that. It's not as clean per se, but it is part of the ceiling panel rather than part of the wall panel, which means that the wall panel can then be like a solid rectangular mesh. So if we open up the panel itself, you get something that looks like this. So in terms of, the structure of the thing, that's the metal backing to it that actually bolts onto the ceiling, and then we just kind of stick our visually nice bits to the metal frame, which gives us this kind of an arrangement. So yeah, again, it's not as seamless, but I think from a practicality perspective, it does work better. And it will look nicer once I've sorted out these protruding bits of geometry. For some reason, the ceiling on this side is too low. So this one, you can see that the brackets and everything are all lined up with the panel, so they're all perfectly aligned. But on this side, everything is dropped down too low. So I don't know what's going on there. It's definitely an older design because it doesn't have any of the chamfering or the weld lines or anything that the new ones have. So I'm going to have to go and fix that at some point, because we like things to be accurate. You can tell the difference between the old ones and the new ones. They're a lot more, a lot nicer. But yeah, so other than that, we're pretty much done here. The paneling for here, I'm just making flat rather than having it curved, because it has to cut into so many different places. So that's all nice and seamless around there, and it'll be the same as it goes around there. I have actually got these bits ready to go, I just haven't exported them yet. Before I export them, I just want to do this last little bit here. So once I've done this awkwardly shaped end bit, which will essentially cover that bit there, then that's me done with that. So at that point, where's the roadmap? There it is. So at that point, we can then tick off everything on this box, and we are good to go. Yeah, and then it's just a case of just finishing off some UI bits and finishing off the locomotion methods. And like I said last time, the multiplayer bit and the character spawning bit are really just checking out. Yes, Anasi, yeah, on B deck there's a couple of other bits to do. B deck's a bit of a unique beast because B deck basically just needs the light putting back, so that the surround is done, it just needs the light. And then I'm just going to have a couple of panels here. To be honest, I should add those to the roadmap because they are a couple of extra panels that need doing, so it would be nice to represent those on the roadmap, just so we're covering everything and it gives me more things to tick off, and it's nice ticking things off. Yeah, we've got lots planned for damage, Sans. Like every single one of these panels will be damageable in some way, so they'll all be smashed and hanging off, and even the floor panels is going to be smashed and hanging off. Eventually, Anasi, yes. So right now we'll likely leave it like this for the next demo update. Just have the framework there, just kind of ready to go. And we'll keep those ceiling panels for now, but yes, it's going to need a unique ceiling at some point. And also, if you look, it's using the same kind of wooden panel surround design that we're using on the habitation decks. So we'll definitely want to give it a more of an engineering style ceiling. But yeah. But not for this update. We'll do that on some other update. Maybe even on a Wednesday. Make that one of our Wednesday tasks, maybe. But yeah, I think these ones are pretty much done. Oh no, it will definitely conform to the desk, Timbo. That's why it's got a whip sticker on it. Yeah, a Wednesday, Thursday. The electrical and warp system, we'll probably reapproach that when we do the sublight engines, because we need to tie all of that into the electrical system. So right now the warp system, if I've got that particular layer turned on, yeah I do, it's this ball here. So this ball under the floor, that is the FTL coils. So that's taking live power from these 4 cables which come from this box. But yeah, right now it's represented by just a sphere sitting under the ground. That all needs obviously moving to its proper location, and we need to actually run the cables to the proper location as well. So there's a whole bunch of work that needs doing there. But similarly for the sublight engines as well. So we need to actually physically run those cables to their actual final endpoint, and wherever we make that. Same with most of this actually, all the pipes, all the cabling. Right now we've just got these placeholders, but they do need properly routing. Yeah, it's the world's most compact warp sphere. Yeah, see, I was tempted to get doors and things done as well for the next update, but I think given that I need to make curved doors and then get the right pivot point to make them slide on the curve properly, I think we'll probably, again, we'll leave that for the next update. We don't want to get to the situation we had with 225 where we were literally spending 18 months putting the update together because we just kept adding more and more and more stuff to it. So you know, we've drawn a line under what we're doing for this one. Yeah, funny thing is, Jason, I enjoy running cables. I used to be a Cisco network engineer, so running cables was something I used to do a lot of. Especially in one of my former jobs where I was installing networks for the local council. Yeah, I get this weird pleasure out of just running cables. It's kind of like a Zen thing. But the same would be true for this. Like we've left cavities in all the walls in order to run the cabling. So we've got all the space set up for it. It's just a case of actually doing the routing. We did have it before, and we'll probably stick to the same arrangement where this panel where the map is represents the beginning of a quadrant. So this is the aft quadrant, and then the aft quadrant ends with this panel, and then we move on to the port quadrant, starting from this panel, which means that all of the electrical supply for the aft quadrant comes behind this panel and then goes up into the ceiling. And on the other side, you'll have a distribution box here in the what will be the data center. So you'll have a whole load of cabling coming up behind this panel into the ceiling, and then it will route round through the ceiling and then come down where it's needed. And then that's then isolated, and then the next group of cabling comes up behind this panel, and so on and so on. So we've got essentially 4 isolated quadrants electrically. So in terms of damage and things coming in, you could get one particular quadrant damaged without affecting the other 3. I always have to look to Google the Ethernet wiring, the wiring pinouts, because I always forget. Plus, it depends on whether you're making a straight or a crossover. But I can never remember which goes where, so yeah, I always Google it every single time. Thank you, Cookie Jarvis. Yeah, and you're right, there are a plethora of really good space games coming out at the moment. So us space game enthusiasts are certainly a sport for choice. Right then. Yeah, the wall maps will be interactive. And yes, everything will be properly cabled. Every light, every switch, every wall panel is going to have all the cabling it needs, simulated in real time, and be physical. So if you break that cable, those things will stop working, essentially. Which is already the case. That is already done. Which is why, if you look in engineering, you'll see that these boxes, at least the ones I have turned on, these cables here, they're not just there for looks, those are the actual physical cables. So if you were to break this cable, then whatever's referencing it would also break. So you can see down here, this is one of the reactor room distribution cables. So that essentially just sorry, that's the reactor room distributor, and this cable feeds the lighting. Easy for me to say. So if you kill this cable, then the lights turn off, and that's already done. That's already working. We just haven't actually routed it physically so that it's actually, you know, representing its actual path, but it works. Yeah, so this particular room, this is one of the staterooms, also known as the captain's quarters. They'll all be the same though, so there are 6 of them. As you go around the B-deck corridor, you'll find that there are copies of this room, although each one is a mirror. So some of them go to the left, and then the next one will go to the right, and so on. And there are 6 of them in a ring, well, as you can see on this map. So each one of these is one of the staterooms, and that's the 6 staterooms. So say this one could be the captain, that one could be the XO, and then maybe you've got the chief engineer, chief medical officer, and either we'll have 1 spare for visiting dignitaries, or maybe we could 2 spare, but we'll see. I was toying with the idea of doing a similar stateroom for the chief medical officer somewhere alongside the medical facility, so that where their quarters are is, you know, close to the hospital, essentially close to where they're needed. Yes, so quarters customization will definitely be a thing, and as I've described it to people in the past, think of it as like a hotel room or a room on a cruise liner where you can come into this space and customize it. So we'll have customizable lighting, you can fill the shelves and things with your own stuff, you can put a rug down, you could maybe put another chair in it, but you won't be able to change, say, like the shelving unit. So this is a built-in shelving unit that will always be a built-in shelving unit. But we'll have a look at adding things like wall colors, maybe a different type of material for the shelving unit. But the idea is that, you know, this is all built-in stuff. So you, as someone who is staying in those quarters, can make limited cosmetic changes. But yeah, when it comes to just piling things on shelves, then it'll just be a case of you walk into the room with a thing, you plonk it down, and that's where it lives. So if you want to put a pot plant somewhere or throw a rug down, those are the kind of customizations you'll be able to do. Again, we're looking at it in terms of the real world. So we want your interaction with the ship to be no different as if you were really doing that in the real world. So, you know, if you're renting a room on a cruise liner, there's a limited amount of stuff you can do to that room, and it will be the same, you know, in the game as well. And for things like the lighting and stuff, we'll have a panel on the wall where you can just change. We'll have like a lighting panel here or something where you can just have like an RGB wheel where you can just change the lighting. So we'll provide the facility to change things as part of the game world. So it won't be like a separate tool that you open. You'll literally physically change it as the character in the game world, which is how we want to approach most things. Yeah, that was Claire. She left tools everywhere. That was her idea of making the ship look like it's still under construction. because it is still under construction, which I think is quite a cool idea. So having like workman's tools and things scattered all over the place kind of helps sell the idea that this ship's still actually being built. Right, enough waffle. Let's start fleshing this room out a bit more. So last Thursday, we rounded off all this bit and we were looking at doing the paneling. I decided that because we don't have a lot in the way of room here to widen up, give a wide enough space for shelving, I would make this as a separate panel. So I'll include the curve as the part of that panel, and I'll have a join up the middle here. So there'll be one panel that goes there with a central join, and then basically a mirror of that on the other side. And that will give us the room we need to put the shelves in while still maintaining our corner curve. So that kind of solves that problem. And it means that we can do the same on this side with, again, we've got a tiny space for shelving here, but it means we can do the same thing where we build the shelf space into the panel in the same way we've done here. So you've got two separate panels in this instance, but then you've got like an insert that goes in between the panels for the actual shelving unit itself. So we'll likely do the same here. We'll have a hole in the panel, and then the shelving insert just kind of slides in the hole that we'll leave specifically for it. I think the biggest thing I'm hung up on at the moment is these curved tops to these panels, because whilst we can put like a wooden plinth all the way around, which again is going to be narrowing in height as it gets to the slope here, that's not present on the columns. So how do we kind of reconcile that here? Because if this panel is curved in this angle in order to meet that, then how do we fit it around there? I'm thinking we may have to forego the curved top on these panels and just rely on the wooden plinth as the top of the panel. I mean, that would work. So straighten these off, put a wooden plinth there, and then on this, if this is flat, then we can actually have it just come up and round like that. That's probably how I approach it. Yeah. I'll suck it and see how it turns out. And then the other thing we have to do is the ceiling itself, and obviously the ceiling lights therein. I like the idea of having a multi-stepped ceiling, because we've got so much ceiling height to play with. Certainly on this side, we could do like an inset lighting feature, again with some kind of wooden surround to it, so that like a wooden background with a white paneling around to expose that hole, and then recess the light into that wooden bit that's underneath, which would look nice and yachty. And then we'd have, I guess, one per segment, because this is like a 4-segment room, so we'd have one of those per segment. And then if we decide not to do just an embedded panel, we could actually have a separate light fixture that actually just drops down, like a hanging light feature of some kind. I think I favour the hanging light option because then it can be flat. So even though the ceiling is curved, we can still have a flat lighting that doesn't make lighting the room awkward. Yeah. Basically, Timbo, yeah. The question is just how far out do we have it protrude? I suppose that's not... You don't want it sticking out too far, but we will use it for sort of butting the ceiling panels up to it. Let's do that bit and see how it looks. And then I'll have to chop the tops off of these panels and make them straight. Although, to be honest, I'll probably have to redo these panels, and that shelving unit is probably going to stretch a bit because we need to kind of fill that gap. So we'll move that over, stretch these panels to be a bit wider, have a wider shelving unit. Kind of need somewhere to hang a jacket. Like somewhere to kick off some shoes, hang a jacket. So maybe we'll have, maybe if we move the shelving unit over, then we'll have a couple of like coat hooks or something there. We shall see. Yeah, there will definitely be. I'll do probably some spotlights embedded into this, but yeah, I'll have a standard LED ring going around it, which will serve as both the alert light and ambient lighting for the room. The HVAC systems will work the same as the electrical in terms of their layout. If I turn on the B-deck HVAC, you can see up in the ceiling here, we've got all the HVAC conduit, which is all this stuff here. We even put little brackets on and everything. And the reason I've positioned it such is because I like that you can look up through the drop ceiling and actually see HVAC and infrastructure above the ceiling. It just kind of helps again sell the idea that this is a real physical vessel with real physical infrastructure keeping the crew alive. But the HVAC will have, if I select the other side, because you've got one side which is the feed and the other side is the return. So on the feed side, so let's say this side's the feed, I can't remember which way around it goes now, but we'll have vents up in the ceiling. So the reason that this is all mesh and not solid is because all the vents will just basically blow the air down through. So there'll be, maybe hanging off the side of here, we'll just have the output vents. And we're going to have those independently heatable. So they'll have like almost like a hairdryer. They'll have like an electrical grid on them where it can heat it up. So you can have a standard set temperature for the HVAC, but where it comes out of the vent, we can adjust the temperature accordingly using our hairdryer analogy. And then for the return, so if this side's the return, then we're going to have vents open on the bottom of the panels. So you'll have, say, you can't see it because the cursor's white, but basically above here, you'll have a vent on the panel, and then that vent will go up through the ceiling here, through that bit, through, and into the side of the HVAC conduit there. So every couple of panels, you will see a physical vent in the bottom of the panel, which is sucking the bad air in. So fresh air comes from the top, bad air gets sucked out the bottom, and then it creates this constant flow and cycle of air through the corridor. And the same will be true in the quarters as well. So these HVAC conduits will spur off into each quarters, and then you'll have vents in the ceiling for fresh air coming in, and then you'll have vents at the bottom of the walls in various places where the old air is sucked out. Again, creating that flow of air within the room. Life support is going to be down on G deck, I expect, over 2 decks, F and G. They're double height rooms. The gravity is going to be generated by the same mineral that we're using for the FTL coils, but under the floor here we will have like a grid of field coils in the floor cavities, and those will be what generates the gravity. So we'll have power cables running through the walls, and they'll go down into the floor. So we'll be cutting holes through the supports here, and that will drive the gravity. So we won't have a single gravity generator as such. We'll have a power supply which feeds all the underfloor coils. So on a per coil basis, it takes a lot less energy than a single gravity generator. But it also means that like a segment of corridor could be without gravity if those grids are without power. Yeah, we'll have clothing options. So the idea eventually is you're coming to your crew quarters, go into your bedroom, and then we'll have like a wardrobe with a mirror, and then you'll use that for selecting your outfit. So rather than just arbitrarily whipping your clothes off on the bridge, you'll actually need to come to your quarters and use the wardrobe to get changed. Because realism. And yes, we'll likely have space rats in the air vents. I love the idea, which I had ages ago. I mean, they're fairly small, but we can make them thicker now because we've extended the ceiling height. So we could have like a little drone with a little gun on it that you have to fly around the air vents shooting space rats, which could be funny. Like the air vents are all infested with something from some planet, so you need to get this tiny little remote control drone and fly it around, clearing them all out. Yeah, when it comes to like sucking the air out at the bottom and bringing it in from the top, I was reading a bunch of HVAC literature, and there was this thing I was looking at yonks ago now that was basically describing the best arrangement for how you do best airflow in like offices and stuff, and it was saying to have the air come in the top, go out the bottom, because it creates this cycle. So that's what the literature said to do. Yeah, kind of like a mini game. I mean, I don't want to go down the road of mini games as such. I mean, technically the whole game is just a whole bunch of mini games combined into a single experience. So like, cooking, you could argue, is a mini game. Using the sensors is a mini game. Put it all together and you've got, a whole starship. But if you've brought up some sample from a planetary surface, let's say you've brought some plant up to analyze, and then this plant just happens to have had some eggs on it, and now those eggs have hatched, and now you've got like critters everywhere. It would be one of the tactical jobs to go and clear out those critters. So with every department having its jobs list, one of the jobs would come up, clear out the infestation. So yes, you could argue that that's a mini game, but it's just one of the jobs to do on the ship. But yeah, however you classify it, yeah, that's how it would work. It would come up as a job that needs doing. Yeah, like Oninoni says, none of the things you have to do will be window pops up and then you have to do a task. Say Among Us. So in Among Us, there are lots of tasks you do, but every task will pop up a separate window. You complete that task and then the window goes away. There will be none of that. So everything you do will be physical. If you have to move a cable, you are physically moving the cable. If you have to clean something, you will be physically cleaning it. There's no pop-ups, no windows. It's all in the game world. Let's get rid of some of this ceiling stuff a minute. I'm as bad for leaving layers on and having layers, things not assigned to layers, as I am leaving tabs open. I tend to be equally as bad at both. Which is why all this stuff is in the SketchUp file that hasn't been assigned to anything. At some point I need to go and clean it all up. Okay, so we turn on the sheet metal, which is the floor, and then we want the C deck, no, not C deck, B deck walls. Okay. So I'm thinking if we go ahead and do the wooden trim that's going to go up around there. Means we're going to have to round off that edge specifically. I think 30 is probably the sweet spot in terms of radius. SketchUp's having its usual fun and games. Hey, is that? I'm going to try and pronounce this. D. Krieg's fabric. I probably butchered that, but hey, good to have you back. Join those together rather than having a tiny little face there. I was doing German on Duolingo a while back. I'm determined to learn it, but the only bit I ever remember is Ich habe einen großen Liebewurst. Which was always amusing at school. That's a good ear, Thiessen. Yes, I do. I have a fish tank next to me. Well, I say it's a fish tank. It's not a fish tank. It's a cube of water that has shrimp in it. But yes, it has a bubbly thing in it. If only. There will be internal sensors, yes. That'll be part of the internal security station on the bridge. I was thinking of making this bit framework, but actually I don't specifically need to. We could actually make this the actual wood itself. Because if we take the framework up straight, then we can bolt the wood onto it in sections. Although we're going to have to cut it there, which begs the question, has my curve gone too far? Let's just see what we're left with. God, it's really bright on my eyeballs. Where is the sheet metal? Up there. Top bit's there. Oh, we're just under it. We're good. Yes, Timbo, thank you. That's exactly what I was worried about. Just making sure that the curve that I did was still below the level of the ceiling. So what we'll do is we'll make it a solidly square structure, and then we'll treat these bits of wood as bolt-ons. So if we cut this wooden bit into sections, then we bolt that on as needed, and that can just go all the way around like that. And then and then this panel is going to have to come around on a curve and then go up and around like that. Because ideally I want these supports to be white, with the white paneling with exposed wood around them, which means that needs to go all the way up to the ceiling. And then we need to have a think about how far down the ceiling goes, because that is also another factor actually to this, is that the we do need ceiling panels on here, which are going to be at minimum 5 centimeters away, because we have these brackets that technically they're like stiffeners on the sheet metal, but we're also using them for attaching wall panels too. So we'll have the same running around the ceiling, which means the ceiling panels are offset by 5 centimeters, which means we need to take that into account on there as well, which means that that is going to be too low. So if we were to take where are we? B deck frame top, that one. So if we borrow that run of faces, copy that and then turn off that layer and then paste them back in again. Right, and if we then extrude that by 5 centimeters, so that's our cavity. And then the panel itself, we've got 0.5 centimeter of rubber. Where are we? B-deck. So this is kind of the wooden paneling. Then we've got an inch of wood, then 1 centimeter of padding, then an inch of plastic. So that would be, what's that? So that's 5, 6.5. So 6.5. Ooh, so we're already way over this curve. And let's see if there's any way of trimming that back slightly. So, right, so 0.5, that's the rubber. That's the wood. That's the gap. That's the white paneling. Yeah, so there's no real way around that unless I make the wood lower down, which I don't really want to do. Let's if we try lessening that to 5 rather than 10, just have a more subtle edge to it. Yeah, I'm not a perfectionist, but I will keep going until it's perfect. Yeah, so this isn't an issue anywhere else except this one bit. So do we do something different over the window? Oh, I just noticed a wild delta appeared. And delta with a mechanic, which sounds like a good thing. Hopefully that's his truck getting fixed. Killian, yeah, that's a good question. We went with it being synthetic wood. What with it? I mean, these ships are built in lunar orbit. And obviously there are no trees on the moon that we can cull for this sort of thing. So we went with it being synthetic wood. So it's wood effect. It looks like wood, it feels like wood, but it's not actually natural wood. It's some kind of like a resin, I suppose you'd call it. Molded resin rather than actual wood. In some of the Lunara stuff, we'll probably have like genuine wooden features, but not if it's like the whole ship. Like if we're doing wooden floors throughout the ship, then they wouldn't be wood; they'd be wood effect, because there's just so much of it, way too much to to transport up. I'm glad you're enjoying the journey. That's why we're sharing it. Yeah, we could certainly reduce the thickness of it. This is more just me going with our standardization. But I might be able to do something slightly different, or have the wood stop further short on this side, so it sticks out a bit further. In which case, if we were to have the wood here rather than back here, then we've got the height we need. In fact, we've got exactly the height we need. So I'd only need to pull that wood forward by about 30 centimeters. Yeah, but oh, not even that actually. Because where does that terminate now? About there. Oh yeah, not even that. 18-20 centimeters. It's not much. So yeah, we'll just pull that forward. If I copy that a minute, and then we do a bunch of undoings. We say from there, of course it's curved, isn't it? Right, hang on. So if we grab that, doesn't reckon that's a coplanar face, so that's gonna scupper that idea. See if it'll do the top one. Oh yeah, that works. Right, so if that came out 20, where does that leave us? Yeah, that's plenty there. So if we do that, and then that, just square this off a little bit. Come on, align. Thank you. Yeah, so we will round it off there instead. Just have a bit more of the wood over the window. Then that solves all of our issues. Okay, so we should have plenty of height there now that we've brought that forward a bit. In fact, if we get rid of that a minute and let's go with a more of extended ceiling. Grab that. Just grab all these a minute. Copy that. Get rid of that. Whack that in there, make it a group. Okay, so same as before, we have a 5 centimeter cavity, and we have 0.5 for the rubber surround, we have an inch for the wood, 1 centimeter for the bracing thingy, and 1 inch for the plastic. And that gives us a clearance of 5.4 centimeters. So if we then stick our 5 centimeter chamfer on there, we should be good to go. There, and now it fits. It's not even, to be honest, particularly visually obvious that that bit's thicker. I mean, you can tell it's a bit thicker, but I guess when you're looking at it from an angle, you can't really tell that much. So it's all good, I reckon. Which means that the ceiling will obviously come down at an angle there. That'll be nicely rounded. Panels will butt up against the edge of that. So you'll have a visible wooden trim around the outside, which will be more pronounced the further to the front you get. And then we have the panels that go around there. Okay, then so for this one, I suppose the easiest way to do this is to use the contours of the actual beam to draw the panel. Yeah, then we'll start cutting bits off of it from there. Okay, so I'm wondering whether actually we might need to make these support beams a bit thinner in the middle, simply because of how wide those pillars might end up getting once we've done our usual. So again, we've got a 5 centimeter cavity. So the cavity would look like that. So that's where the panels would start. And then we've got 0.5 for the rubber, 2.5 for the wood, 1 for the spacer, and 2.5 for the white plastic. So that would be the full thickness of the pillars. Oh, that went well. Obviously, we won't have chunky round bits there. That'll be slightly nicer. Thank you, Danger Mouse. Yeah, it's not terribly bad, and we'll stop short on the white paneling anyway, so the front bit will just be wood, although I am wondering whether or not we make it just a bit thinner. It's easy to do because of the way we built it. So if we just select one side like that, it should just be the one side, hopefully. No, it's not. Mess that up. Hang on, let's do I don't often do this with the camera, but for this purposes it's probably the best way of doing it. Right, so that should be one side inclusive of the corner piece. So they're 40 centimeters wide right now. If I were to take off, say, 5, which is the width of the cavity, then we're removing the cavity from the equation. So they can still have a cavity, but we're removing that from the base width of the beam. Oh, and this is why I don't use this camera mode. Yeah, so we make the internal beam thinner, which means the outer panels are less chonky. And I think when it comes to this bit, we'll remove the hole for now. So we come out 5 of the cavity. That will basically restore them to the width that they were originally. And then we'll take a copy of that and then undo what we just did. And then paste the thing and then make a group. Right, that's separated all that out. So we're not messing with the base geometry. And then we'll get rid of these holes for a second. Because the holes are going to mess with the extrusion. So we can do without that. One side gone. SketchUp was trying to be helpful. It's like, I'm sure you want a hole there, but no, I really don't. Oh, now autosave is trying to be helpful. Absolutely, Christopher. Yeah. The geometry is going to be interesting indeed, and I don't know how much of that I'm going to have to use subdivision on just to handle the complex curves. Right, so that's our baseline. So if we extrude that by 0.5 of a centimeter, that's our rubber backing done. Right, so what I'll do is I'll take a copy of that face, I'll group that up so it's separate. And I'll stick in that face on top, and then we will extrude that face by 2.5. I didn't think that went the right way. Outward, please. Right, and there's our wooden bit. So let's all the weirdness, give it a wooden color, make a group. Okay, so same again, I'll extrude 1. And then this is going to be our backing, so it's that color. And then we have the white panel. Okay, so there's our layers. Oh, and that one needs to be that color as well. So the reason we do multiple layers like this is so that we can now cut out shapes in the white panel, revealing the wood behind it. So this gives us freedom to just go crazy with our designs. I'm going to have to sort out it curving around there. So I'll have it cut around there, but when it gets to this point, it's also going to have to curve, just to be particularly awkward. Yeah, me too, actually, Celtic. I think these rooms, especially once they're done, are going to have some really, really good views, because they are like looking out across the engines and such. Like from this room here, those are the main engines, so it's going to be a really cool view, especially when they're operating. Okay, so for this panel here, where are we? Hidden geometry. Okay, so I was thinking something along the lines, hopefully it will understand the geometry. No, of course it didn't. That's not where the edge runs. Alright, fine, I'll do it manually. Actually, if I make this component a minute, which will make life easier for ourselves, and do it over here. So in order to basically cut out this wrong button, cut out this face, we need to grab this edge, which we can only do when it's not softened. So we just need to unsoften these edges. Forgot which button does the soften. Do it like that instead. Right, so that gives us that, which means when we do that, that gives us an edge there. So the idea would be to basically remove that bit. So that would just be the wood that's exposed and showing through. No, I haven't had the chance to look at it yet. It does look good. And Claire was really into Fallout Shelter. So from what I've seen of screenshots, it looks to be kind of Fallout Shelter-ish. I don't know whether that's just me getting assumptions from its visual style, but it looks a bit like Fallout Shelter. Oh, cool. I shall have to go and have a look. So to cut the backing bit, we need to go 1 centimetre back from the edge of the white panel, because this is what gives us depth with the white paneling. So rather than having it like butted up straight against the wood, we put a bit of a spacer in there just to give it that little bit of height. Right, so if I take that edge, then we grab this one, and what's the best way of doing this? Let's see if I can do it by magic. Did that work? Ooh, I think it might have. Excellent. Right, so grab that one, copy them, delete the whole lot, paste them back in, and then we can do our 1 centimetre extrude on each side, like so. Soften them up, make them black. Right, and now we've got our white panels with the offset spacer around them. Right, before I go any further with that, I think I'm going to grab Oops. Autosave messing me up. Gonna grab the wooden bit out from there. And then we'll re-export the framework without the wooden bit. And then we'll export these out separately. Shall I do that now? So if we export these... Let's do this under test for now. We'll call it VIP paneling test. Right, and then the rest of it is ring 1 framework, BDEC framework walls. Right, that should import it basically without the plinth on top. Okay. Just gives us that. Right, and now let's import our test geometry. That's our corridor wall paint. Don't know which one this is. Oh yeah, that's that one. And then that one. The rubber backing to everything, so we should have white panel, rubber backing, and then rubber backing on the inside. Great. So we haven't got any anchor points for this yet, so we're going to have to rely on the world origin as the anchor point, just to pop it in place. So this is basically what we'd end up with. So I think my immediate first impression with this is the white paneling probably needs to wrap around a little bit rather than be straight. Maybe. I'm just worried about the ceiling height. Actually, it shouldn't be too bad, should it? Because the ceiling's just going to butt up against that anyway. Yeah, currently it's floating. It's a magic table. It won't always be floating. Yeah, I think lighting strips down the middle, absolutely. I think that's a given. I don't want it to look too much like Pike's Quarters in Strange New Worlds, because if we start putting like lighting strips on it, then that might end up looking a bit too close to Pike's Quarters, and that's kind of not the look we're going for. I wonder if it's worth sticking a wooden trim around there. Obviously it's going to have its light ring anyway. And Yeah, no, we don't want any CBS lawyers getting involved. Had enough of that in the past. RIP Stage 9. Yeah, I think having the wooden plinth around the top, I think that works. It doesn't look too out of place above the window, so that's fine. And we're going to have white ceilings anyway, so it's not going to be like too wooden overkill. I mean, there is going to be a lot of wood in here, but not hopefully too much. We'll round that off at the bottoms to make that more of a nice smooth curve up there, like how we have in here. Just have that. So we'll sort of carry on that design language there. Yeah, part of me is tempted to curve that round still. Because otherwise that strip looks really thin otherwise. Let's try and see. So basically we just need to go back to where we were. Maybe there. Oh, well done, SketchUp. You've worked it out that time. So it makes the modeling of it that little bit more complicated because we're having to deal with a second axis of curve, but I think the benefits of having it curve around the corner just a little bit means that we're not overkilling it with the wood quite so much, and it kind of helps add a bit of thickness to the white paneling. Maybe one more. Let's try one more. To me, that immediately feels better, just having just that little bit of a white edge on there. Then we'll extrude those back out. Oops, too many selected. That's weird. Why did it do that? Never noticed that before. No matter. It's all choppable. Do with resetting the axes on this mesh. So if we do there, oops, there, there, there. There. Put it in the one place where I can't see anything. Right, you. So align that to that. Interestingly, these edges should be red because they're should be in a straight line, like those ones. Doing that the stupid way, aren't I? Let's raise that up a bit. Right, let's try that again. That's better. Same for this layer. The reason I'm doing this is because it's easier to work to the model axis if you're actually like moving stuff around. So if I wanted to draw a line perpendicular to this face, I now know that I've just got a nice green direction to work with. Just makes life easier. Which is exactly what I need to do because we're going to make cutting face along there. So if we want the curve to come up, let's say 50. I think I used 50 before. I see what I've done. Good night, Timbo. Have a good one. So if we line that up to there. Actually, I've just spotted my deliberate mistake. Of course, we're on an angle, aren't we? So let's take that edge there, pop that over there. This is going to have to be one of them Bezier jobbers. There, to there, to there. Don't know whether that's going to be the right kind of shape, but give that one a go. Grab those two there, delete everything, and then paste them back. Kind of look like that. Ew, it's looking a bit horrid. Right, so we are better off then. Yeah, if I do it that way, then we end up with awkward faces. So we definitely have to extrude those sideways, but we don't want those horrible edges. So it means I'll need to fix these up a little bit, I think, before we extrude, because we've got like a crazy little edge there. If I make this side a component, what we can do, save duplicating our efforts. If I make that a component, then delete everything on the other side, and mirror that one over. That means we're only doing half the work, which is always good. So I'm just trying to keep the general feel of the curve, whilst at the same time having less janky geometry. Better than it was. I think that bit there is still a bit awkward looking. Maybe if we move that up to there a bit. Kind of a bit like that. Well, that's worse. I might just have to hide the jank in some chamfering. that's going to need some work to tidy that up, but ready to go. As a general design idea, I think that's probably the right way to go with it. I think having it flat to the floor was not the best, and I think having it wrap around adds some depth to it that wasn't there before. Right, let's just keep that like that for a minute. Then we need to do the same thing with the black underlay stuff. I suppose it's probably easier if I take that edge there. The same on this side. Not that bit. I think the easiest way of achieving this is I need that cutting tool back, which means I just need to redo that bit again. Because we need actually, if I copy that, can we then, no, we can't. Okay, yeah, so we need to take another layer of that. Right, then we use that layer for the white panel, that one for the black panel. So group that one up, pop that on there, make that a component, move it up out the way. Alright, I'll do the same on that one. Right, so explode that, do that. I'm just wondering about the possibility of maybe doing that cut following the angle of this curve. It might actually work. Definitely results in a cleaner cut. Guessing that's not completely touching that edge. So that didn't quite intersect all the way, so I pop that there like that. There we go. Definitely a lot cleaner doing it that way around. It's still, there's still a bit of a jank there where we've got two different curves going in two different directions, but it's certainly better than it was. And then we can fix this bit. Kind of fix that bit. Trying to avoid like pinch lines. Just even that out just a little bit. They're always fun, especially when your camera goes haywire. And we need to do the same for this part. Although, yeah, we do? So I say we could actually, because we need to cut back to, so there to there. I'll fix that in a minute. So that one, and that one. So we need to do that there. That there. The wrong one. So we actually need those ones. Okay. Plus we need to chop the bottom off as well. Right, I'm actually going to take a copy of that and save it, because we'll need to use that on the other side as well. This one basically doesn't really get seen, so it doesn't need to be precise like the other one. It's just a background detail. So that should be enough. Although that's not right. Right, okay. Okay, we can deal with this. Oh, already had one. Actually, if I grab both sides of that. Right, let's explode those. Then we'll use the inner edge to create a cutting face. Just to do that last little bit. This is why using subdivision is so much better than taking curved geometry and then trying to slice another bit of curved geometry through it, because you end up with these weirdly misaligned edges and you end up with additional vertices where you don't want them, like on here. This is where like one curve intersects with another curve, and now you've got extra vertices where they ought not to be. I don't know what's happened here. What's going on there? That should be enough. So if we use that to cut that one, and then we need to get rid of that a sec. Yeah, we need to go back 1 centimeter from there. So that's the actual cutting surface. That's not going to work, is it? Because it's at the wrong angle. Okay, plan B. Yeah, actually, I think plan B will work. So if I extrude that out, say 2 centimeters, and then the same this side, 2, then hang on, there's another component to this. We need to also bring it in by 1. Same on this side, bring it in by 1. Right, and then that's the bit we extrude. Stick that out by 2, that one out by 2. So if I take those 2 edges, pop them there a minute. Right, and we'll copy that one up the same distance, which was 750. And that should cut through where we want it to cut through, at the right angle, like so. Might need to extend that edge over a bit, but that's basically what we're looking at. So explode that, intersect that. So hey, Omega guy. We're having fun with curves at the moment. So as suspected, that one didn't go all the way through, but matters not, because we can just use the internal face and extrude it back out in the opposite direction. Autosave. Assuming, yeah, it didn't get all the way to the end, so that's fine. We can easily fix that. There we go, that gets rid of that bit. We'll mirror that across. Save doing this twice. where is that not joining up? That's the question. Right, so they're all fine. They're all fine, so it's definitely this bit. So why is that bit not working? Right, after all that hassle, we should now be back with a usable face. So all we need to do is extrude that back out from that face, and that gives us the geometry we're looking for, with all the right curves in all the right places. Have a look down here, it should be exactly conforming to that curve, which it is all the way around. Now we just need to make sure that we mirror that accordingly. It's way more hassle than it needed to be. Just for viewing it in engine purposes, let's temporarily chamfer those edges. Wow. Okay. Oh no, that's even worse. Alright, we won't do that yet. That's going to be more hours of fixing. Right, so let's just export this one out. So grab that again, pop that there, grab that, and then we'll see what it looks like. Okay, so that's what it's going to look like. We have a straight edge, and that's with the rounded edge. Oh yeah, we've got a missing edge there, haven't we? Let's just fix that real quick, otherwise that will mess it up. Hoping we can automate this bit, save having to do it manually. Helps if I select them both. So all that messing about has basically brought us up to this point. I definitely prefer having the panels wrap round. I think it makes them much more substantial. Having them with just a single skin, they just look too flimsy. But I like that. I do debate whether that curve needs to be quite that severe. I think a shallower curve would perhaps work just as well there. I'll leave it like that for now. I mean, that's not quite as harsh there, or rather, it's a smaller curve, smaller radius. I think that's probably a bit overkill. Have a good one, CSI. Yeah, so if we do that, then I suppose the other question was whether or not we add a light to it. We can do that quite quickly. So all we need to do is we select just the middle bit. I'll go all the way over for now. So just for experiment's sake, we want to make that a light. I guess we wouldn't go all the way to the floor, would we? So if we pop that up to say over there, completely arbitrary distance. And the same on this side. I think I did about 20 did something like that. Oops, no. Yeah, so if we added a light strip on them, it would look a bit like that. Which is not terrible. Okay. Yeah, I agree that it is a little on the chonky side. Yes. So, like where you have in the conference room, where you can change the color temperature. So we'll definitely have color temperature controls on a per room basis, but we'll also have like LED strip color on a per room basis as well. So wherever we feature an alert strip, that will be customizable. So condition normal will be whatever color you set it to, and then if there's an alert condition, that will be overridden. And there's no reason why I can't put one out today, to be honest. Yeah, I guess that does have a certain something, doesn't it, having the light strip there. We'll see how it pairs with the ceiling panels. Well, we have the technology to change the color. Like that. What I love with Lumen is, even though I haven't like set it up as a light source or anything, it's automatically actually lighting the scene. Like all that red lighting across there, and it's not screen space either. It's actually like coming from off screen, which is very cool. Gotta love real-time GI. Yep, definitely liking that. Okay, so let's work on that middle bit. Yeah, so you just sit here and stare at that, basically. we'll make this retractable. So if it's just you and a couple of people, obviously you're going to sit next to each other. So unless you have a full table of people, there's no reason to bring this down, but we'll make it retractable. So if you do have a full table worth of people, you can just put this down into the cylinder. We'll make it so it slides down into this frame with a button. Well, we'll work on that now, Scorpio, so we can now refine this. So the question is, now we've already got a lot of wood in the room. And there's going to be a lot in the way of wood and white paneling. I'm wondering whether we should just bring in some metal for up there. Maybe a metal cylinder. Let's just see what that looks like a minute. So purely just in terms of colour, let's pop that on there a minute. Just see how that looks in engine. Complicated to model, that's what it would look like. Yes, Ralph, every shelf, every table will all be interactable, so you can put things up, you pick things up, put things down, they'll all be physicalized. No different than in first person. So we will have certain ship-wide states that will be available. How much they're customizable is something we're going to have to look at, because it's not... We'd need some kind of scripting language in order to make proper custom commands. So for something like, evasive pattern alpha, for example, there's a lot of ducks to get in a row for that, because you need whichever crew members are responsible for handling those actions needs to know what they're doing. So there needs to be some kind of script in place in order to give them instructions. We're already going to do things like, so we'll have ship-wide conditions. So cold and dark will be a ship-wide condition, red alert will be a ship-wide condition, and those things will trigger onward events. So if you switch from flight ready to cold and dark, then that will trigger loads of events for those NPCs to go off and switch things off, switch things to different modes in order to put the ship in a cold and dark state. And then conversely, if you then set it back to flight ready, then those same engineers will run around and flip the switches again and bring the ship online. And they'll also maintain the ship in that state. So if your ship-wide engineering condition is flight ready, and you go up and turn off a switch, then some engineer will come and turn it back on again, because it doesn't then match the state that you've defined. So we'll have predefined ship-wide global states. But yeah, making them customizable is going to involve some kind of scripting language, which is obviously something we'd have to look into. Okay, so these support beams are basically need to terminate on this central ring here. So either I make it a wooden central ring, so kind of echo the wood that goes around the outside here, or we do go with a metal. Let me just see what the wood looks like, because the wood and the white is kind of the design theme, but we don't want to overdo it, because you can have too much of a good thing. I agree, Christopher, yes. Yeah, I think if we start with the table and do that bit first, then we'll kind of know where we're going with the design language, and then obviously this fluted part will need to match. We can flute that slightly less. It doesn't need to be quite so UFO-like. Yeah, I think we can go with the wood. And yeah, I'm going to have an alert strip sort of hovering down from there. So I want the alert strip to be a separate thing. And we'll also have obviously lights as well, lighting up the table. So we'll probably have some spotlights going around it, and then an alert strip around that. So why don't we... Oh, I thought SketchUp had crashed then, but it was just auto-saving. Right, if we grab all of that... Okay, and then we make that separate. Right, and then we can just export this as normal framework. Group those up a minute. Right. Okay, just re-import these to make sure that we haven't messed up. Okay, so this is back to just bare framework. And then this one should now include the seating and everything. Perfect. Don't know what any of these materials are. Weird. Okay, so there's one thing I need to adjust, which is to take out the glass, because nanite can't do glass. Just need to do that as a separate object. Right, that should fix the crazy lack of geometry there. Get rid of the glass layer. There we go, that fixes geometry. And then the glass obviously is a separate object. And it makes it all nice and 3D. Yay. There we go. To be honest, it looks that one panel there is probably enough. So 150 would be the middle, which would be there. And if we go with 64 faces might be overkill, but 64 edges rather. Let's call that 60. Nice round number. I'll stop these short as well, I think. I won't do it now, but when it comes to it, I'm going to round these off a little bit here where the join is, just so they're not just like plowing through the geometry. I can try it. I don't know whether copper is the look we're really going for, but happy to give it a try. Actually, if we copy that down like so, gives us room for a lip at the top. to be honest, probably should have made that bigger. Unless I make the glass thinner, maybe. Yeah, I can make the glass thinner. That'll be easier. Yeah, I'll try sticking a copper material on it in engine and see how it looks. I'll wait till I've just smoothed it all off a little bit. Lost it though. It's around here somewhere. There it is. here. Yeah, so I'll do something in the middle there, just like a grill or something. Because the idea is that this isn't like a real fireplace, it's a fake one. So it's basically a projected screen. So what you're looking at, it will be like a hologram, essentially, of fire. So we'll do like a hologram of a fish tank and a hologram of fire, and you can just change the scene as desired. And then when you're not using it, the glass can just slide up or slide down. Probably slide up easier there. Probably slide up because that's easier, and we can have a track there that just goes. Oh, that's brilliant, Delta. Pleased to hear it. Hopefully all your stuff as well. It's a good idea, Christopher, yeah. Yeah, rather than just having this as plain wood, yeah, having some greebles up there for actual useful stuff would be useful. And to be honest, you know, as far as aircon's concerned, having this as the thing that pumps out the air is probably a great way of doing it. I think as it is, that's potentially too much wood. Yeah, there are many. I mean, the thing we're trying to invoke here is like a fire pit. So, you know, everyone's kind of sat around a fire pit chatting. You imagine sitting here, having drinks with friends, fire crackling away. It's a really, you know, cozy space. I'll have to sort out some fish tanks and fire so that we can actually see it in action to get a feel for what it would actually be like. I don't think I've got any like fire related content packs at all. Or do I? Gonna need a Niagara. Yeah, oh, actually we've got some Niagara stuff. Maybe we can stick a Niagara emitter on it. It's probably a little bit excessive. It's a vertical fire, we don't need that. Hang on, let's try dragging them in via here. Nope. It seems a particularly violent fire. Something like that, though. That, but less violent. Do we not have any nice little campfire type effects? Nope. I shall have a search for some better Niagara systems. It's also not casting shadows, which it needs to. Otherwise, it's it's all the lights protruding through stuff, so that needs fixing. But yeah, so imagine that, but not crazy. Get rid of those sparky bits a minute. Okay, so I think what I would probably do is I'd probably turn off the light, and then I'd have my own light, and I'd put a light function on it to make it flicker. But if we add our own point light instead of that, then we can do more with it. So if we get our light, and then we lower the attenuation radius right down, maybe to 150, and then what we can do is we can actually child it to that object. I won't bother now actually, but yeah, we will do. We'll child it to the fire. Let's pop that in the middle. Bring that down a bit. Maybe extend that a little bit. Like that. Obviously we then have that flickering with the fire. Where's particle color? Particle color. I don't mess with Niagara anywhere near as much as I should. Oh, color. There we go. Derp. So why is it fire coloured there, but pink in here? That's a little weird. I wonder if it's because of these yellow lights. Is there a play rate? I'm just poking around in the dark because I don't know much about Niagara systems. I was hoping setting the loop duration would slow it down a bit, but obviously not. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, Robert, but I don't know how. So that would be the refraction, so this is the fire itself. So it's doing a one of those things where like a flip book, and it's going through the flip book quicker than we want it to. So how do we define the speed that it goes through the flip book? I'm guessing that's just like the number of particles. Yeah. So we can calm it down a bit that way. Still doesn't explain why it's pink. That's really weird. What if I copy one out here? I wonder if it's because I've got an OpenIO tone mapper on it. I bet that's what it is. I bet it's the tone mapping that's messing that up. Let's turn that off. Okay, no, it's not the tone mapper. Alright. Thought it might be the tone mapper. Don't know. It's a mystery. Yeah, I tried that. That literally just slows down the FPS. Doesn't actually slow down the timeline itself. Normally with these things, you can set a play rate, but again, I'm literally poking around in the dark because Niagara is not my area of comfort. so this is all about look and feel, so just the size of the sprites and how many of them there are. I wonder if I have the velocity of those. I guess it's still going through the flip book the same amount. Or is that just the width of the fire, maybe? Yeah, I think that's more the width. That sets it all at ground level, I assume. Yeah. Right, so there's the flip book. There's nothing about speed. Particle state or sub UV animation. Oh yeah, sub U animate. Number of frames does it. Well done. Now we just need it to spread further. Turn off the refraction a minute. Well, I've successfully made it look worse, but still. Point is, that's what we want to do with it. Colour that to match the fire slightly. But yeah, so the idea generally is that you'll be able to sit here having a drink with a nice non-lame looking fire. It should be really nice. And even when you're sort of sat here on the sofa, you've still got like a nice fire burning in the background. Even though it's not real, it still looks nice. But yeah, I'll work on that. I'll find a better emitter that does better fire, and I'll have something which looks nicer. And I'll try and figure out why it's coming up pink. It's probably something to do with my post process, but I'll have a look and see. If we kill that light for now, because it's totally the wrong colour. Yeah, I'll look into it deeper. I have made some Niagara systems myself a long time ago, but I've basically forgotten everything I ever knew about Niagara, so I just need to educate myself a bit. Right, let's sort this table out and give it some actual legs and such. So my idea for the table, in fact, even better, why don't we let's separate this out from this group. So we've got that, and that. So let's take those. In fact, let's just take that, make that a component, copy that up and out of there. So for the table, I was thinking something along the lines of having it attached to this central piece. Okay, where's the middle one? It's probably a bad place to put my line. Middle should be there. Okay, that's our point of rotation. Yeah, so I was thinking the table can be attached to the central pillar, and there's plenty of leg room under there when you're sat in, so that's fine. Well, I like the idea of like a metal grill around there, kind of making it look like a fire pit, but then not at the same time. So we'll keep it raised up slightly. So if we were to do, let's go with 32 faces for this, because we're not, yeah, no, maybe not. All right, we'll stick with the 64. Yay for nanite. Right, so we have that going down there. Then we need let's come out to there. So what are we looking at there? About 25 to that edge. Both of those in by about an inch, to be honest. Right, let's group those ones up. Yeah, something of that ilk. So that would be a table width of 50 centimeters, and I think I measured my desk at about 60, so 50 would make it a little bit shorter. And we want it to be, well, actually we want to raise up this platform, because right now it's in the wrong place. So if we raise that up, first of all to there, and then up the height of the floor. And they need to go up the same amount, and then a bit more. Yeah, I think so. I was using my desk as my go-to, but yeah, I think 50 centimeters is plenty wide enough for what we need it for. And then with this bit, I was thinking of going a similar design to the ceiling panels, although not at the same time. Maybe if yeah, if we chamfer those edges like that. Where's our green direction? That way. Okay. What's that? 1.5. So 0.75. 0.75. Make sure there's no end cap on them. Okay, do the same again there. So if we do that, and we times that by, actually, before I do that, I'm going to save this because that's the crashy action. When you copy something in a rotational way, pretty consistently that's crashed it for me, so you don't want none of that. Actually, I think this is about time we move to a new file. So we call it version 4.1. I always create a new SketchUp file every now and then, but I've noticed that I seem to have done the ceiling panels in the old SketchUp file, whereas I did the bridge ceiling in the new SketchUp file. So I've gone back a file, so I need to kind of merge the changes from these two. So I'll save this as a brand new SketchUp file, and then I can go back and make sure I've got all the latest version of everything. Let's add this to this level, this group rather. From there, oh, do I do it to there? Okay, let's do it to there. And that would be times 128 times 127 times 126. Yeah, so it's 127. Okay. kind of like that around the middle. And then height-wise, I seem to have lost my tape measure. What did I do with the tape measure? No, can't see it. It's wandered off. Right, I think 90 should be about right. Yeah, that one's 83. Does look a bit high though. Let's go 75 centimeters for the table height. I will double check that and make sure it's right. Basically, we want typical dining room table height. Make it fairly chunky. And then we'll move this down to about there, I reckon. The curvature of that to match this one, so that was only 2 centimeters. And if we do the same thing where we do 0.5, 2.5, 2.5, 0.5, just to smooth that edge. What's going on there? So if we make that our fiery pit area, let's make it that colour so I don't mistake it for something else. Right, and then the glass basically slides down into there. Although, I think, actually, in hindsight, I will just make that a groove rather than an actual cavity. Yeah, I prefer that. So the other thing we can do is maybe put like a gold trim around there, maybe. Let's just see what that looks like a sec. I want to make sure that this doesn't create some crazy, like, what do you call it, aliasing? Kind of like horrible jaggedy interference because there's so many bits of geometry overlapping. Why is it suddenly wanting me to use a different folder? That effect. It's doing it a little bit, but it's not terrible, not unless you get your face down there. Okay, so yeah, I need to lower that middle bit down because obviously they are protruding above and leaving a gap, so that's no good. Yeah, I definitely like that. I think that offsets it quite nicely. Let's just let's lower those pebbles down a bit so that they're not all protruding above. Entirely virtual. Although, that said, I mean, there's no reason why we can't have like an artificial heater in there. So as much as the fire is not real, it could blow out hot air to kind of simulate there being a real fire. Yeah, I think that will do it. I quite like that. Not sure about the wooden floor though. I'm thinking maybe we... yeah, maybe we stick with the carpet around there rather than the wood. Or maybe we reduce the wood a fair bit. Feels a bit overkill on the wood maybe? I mean, we won't have these chairs, obviously. We'll have much nicer chairs. Let's try Danger Mouse's idea a minute and do the whole copper thing. I think, if memory serves, I do have a copper material squirreled away. I think I used that for doing the FTL coils. Yeah, that was the wrong one. I suppose the problem with that is it's going to put it on everything, isn't it? Let's make that a different colour a minute. Pink, that'll do. Basically just giving it a different material group to the wall, otherwise it will try and use the same material. Certainly give it a try. UVs need sorting out. Yeah, aside from the bad UVs, that's what copper would look like. Where is my material function gone? Don't know why these textures are grabbing out that particular channel, but I shall just duplicate them as is. Alright, fine, we won't use that. let's fix that a bit. Let's just change the scale, because the scale is off. Oh, actually, I don't think that works with normals, not properly anyway. Hang on, I have a version that does. Ah, of course, yeah, we need to transform the vector. That's what I was missing. I might as well grab that as well, actually. Right, there we go. Anyway, after some fiddling, copper. Honestly don't know. Let's set this back to the right colour a minute. just slightly off-white. Yeah, so either we could do something like that with copper. Let's get rid of some of these materials. Or we could go with a whole dark metal approach, something like that. I think I definitely prefer the darker metal for the bottom around the grill area. Grill area. It's not a grill, but let's call it a grill. Yeah, that's with the white. Yeah, white certainly loses something, I think. The only benefit to the white is that it will change colour with the rest of the panels. Oops, wrong copper. What about gold? Yeah. Maybe not gold. It's a bit too much. I try to stick with grayscale details where possible, because players are obviously free to change the wall panels and everything and the carpets to whatever color they want. And I find that if I stick to grayscale features for everything else, then it will always match. It doesn't matter, you know, what color you make the walls. If everything else is grayscale, then it's always going to match whatever color the walls are. Try slightly brighter. No, Ralph, this is the VIP quarters. So we'll have a kitchen area here, we'll have a lounge area over here, an officey work area over here, and this is just like the entrance bit. So it's yeah, this is the senior officer crew quarters. Yeah. I'll add more detail to it, and then we'll see. I mean, I'm not entirely adverse to the copper. I think it has a certain something to it. But yeah, I'll see if we can add a similar level of detail to a darker metal, perhaps. I mean, we can always make maybe more like a gunmetal. I mean, that's, again, the UVs need sorting out, but now the senior officers' lounge is this one here. So this is the lounge that has the tables, the bar, the stairs, and all, you know, pool table. So this is where the senior officers come to chill, and these are the senior officers' quarters. Yes, you'll be able to decorate the quarters. I mentioned it earlier, but basically anything that's not nailed down, generally speaking, you'll be able to change. So like the shelves, you'll be able to just put whatever you want on the shelves. We'll have shelves in these pillars too that you can just put stuff on. You'll be able to put down rugs, you'll be able to add additional chairs, you'll be able to change the colour of the fabrics on the sofa and that sort of thing. So like cosmetic stuff, basically. If you can pick it up and carry it, if you put it in your quarters, it will stay there, essentially, because the object permanence system will save an object wherever you put it. So if you put a picture on the wall, it will stay on the wall for that save game. Yeah, I think this bit, I would say, is perfect as is. I don't feel the need to update or change this in any way. I think this is pretty much spot on. So I'm now going to immediately change something because I've just had an idea. It's not a big thing, just want to have a look and see what it looks like. Bring that out, maybe about there to about there, something like that. Yeah, not going to touch it, other than now I'm going to touch it with this one thing. Just wondering whether it was worth having just like some detail inlaid into the wood. Don't know whether that's overkill. I mean the grill itself looks kind of cool. I don't know whether that kind of ruins it, having that in there. The collisions, like, so if you look at an object like that, and if we look at collisions, so you can see the object collisions are actually a very basic mesh that goes around the object, and the same here with this one. So these are the collisions. So when you're placing an object on the shelf, this is what it's actually colliding with. So you can see with the shelf here, the shelf has a flat plane, and then that flat plane obviously has that object on it. most of this stuff, like that object there, which Claire would have placed, is protruding with the geometry. So the moment the game starts, that's going to fly into the air. Blaming Claire for that one. So if we just position that, like, so it's not actually like protruding into the geometry, then that should just settle there. Obviously these are both physics objects, so they will also interact with one another, but just leave a slight gap. Actually, this ladder is also quite problematic at times. I wonder if that's also protruding. Oh yeah, so see, the ladder is protruding through the floor, so of course as soon as the game starts, it's immediately going to collide. Okay, I'll take the blame for that one then. So if we just move that down a bit, that should just find it'll just settle against the wall. But yeah, similarly with this, because I noticed earlier this one was in the floor. So let's raise it up. Actually, I'd like to go and have a look at this in game. I agree, Christopher. Yeah, I was just going to oh, okay, well done. Oh, thank you, Sean. Although I'm assuming you're talking about Claire. Yeah, I've seen a few of those, Ralph. There's a couple of moons that like to just cruise through one another. Right, so yeah, so those objects are happily stable. But yeah, so if you pick something up and carry it around, so the idea is you could put this on the table like that, and now that object will stay on that table for the lifetime of your game. It will just save in that location. Same with anything else, really. So when it comes to decorating your quarters, if you pick up a cool item on a planetary surface, you can pick up said item and just plonk it on a shelf anywhere you want, like that, and then it will just stay there. Because the moment you put it down, basically the way that the system works is the moment the object stops moving, it saves its location. So when you start the game next, it will spawn that object in the location that it was last at when it stopped moving. Yeah, this is just a bit of flavour for now. I think we'll probably have wireless power for handheld devices, so we'll have like those wireless charging pads, but kind of ship-wide. So if you're on the ship with an electrical item, Rumba just cruises past. If you're on the ship with an item, then it's automatically powered by the ship. If you take it off the ship, then it relies on its internal batteries, and it will just charge the moment you bring it back on the ship again. It's actually not too bad, Sean. I mean, it does work in multiplayer, so the multiplayer saves also save it. So basically for the host, the same things are happening as it would in single player. So for the multiplayer host, as soon as the host, i.e. server, sees the object stop moving, it will then save it locally for the host. So next time that host starts a multiplayer game, those items will still be in the same place. Because we are using using replication on clients when they move objects, we don't need to worry about replicating the save condition, because the save condition is simply triggered by the object stopping moving on the host. So it kind of just it sorts itself out in the long run. We will have a panel first, so maybe if not in the table, then maybe up there, like maybe have a little panel up there somewhere where you can change it from fire to a fish tank to a nature scene, little snowy scene with Santa Claus, you know, whatever really. Because the idea is this isn't real, it's a hologram, but it's not the same hologram tech that's on the bridge. It's projected through the glass, so the hologram doesn't work if you take the glass away. So yeah, so when we lower the glass, we'll have to have it fade out and then lower the glass. To be honest, yeah, power outlets would be amusing. I mean, in all honesty, I mean, you know, electricity is electricity, and, you know, and wireless power isn't really a thing. I mean, yeah, charging stations, wireless chargers obviously only work in short range. So to have something ship wide is kind of pushing the bounds of believability for what's possible. But yeah, I mean, I'm not adverse to the idea of having wall sockets, but I don't really think we have any appliances that you need to plug in, so it's not really needed. We always add awesomeness first. That's the number one goal. So I reckon maybe that with maybe less of it. Yes, Archer, very much so. It's really funny. We've had so many people complain about the Roblox radar dish on the roof that I'm tempted just to leave it there to troll people. But yes, it will have a proper model when we get to doing the outer hull. of an even bigger, meaningless rectangle. Don't know about this. I mean, it's... Can't decide whether that adds something or not. And what I could do, if I make it its own group. If I do that, it's not wood. What's going on there? Yeah, it's a bit better. It's funny. I mean, it looks like quite a deep bevel, but that's literally 5mm. It's amazing, you know, how such a small thing can look quite big depending on the context. Yes, I'll continue to ruminate on that, but yeah. Okay, well, I noticed that we are 26 minutes overdue, so I shall call it there for tonight. I hope everyone has enjoyed the messing about and experimenting with stuff, which is always one of my favourite parts of design, actually, is just throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. But I think we're definitely making progress with this, and that's starting to shape up to look quite cool, in my opinion. So yeah, so I won't be touching this again until next Wednesday, obviously, because I'm not allowed. So I shall see you guys on Sunday for more Caravella stuff, and we'll see if we can get some more of Deck 1 done for the Caravella. But until then, have a good week, and I shall see you on the next one. Bye for now!